Well, hello, and welcome back. Let me just check here and see if we have all the thingies that we need to have. Alright, background music. I'm not listening to the music. We've got the soundboards working. I'm listening to something else. And I'll try to keep an eye on the chat. But I'm just going to be working away. Before I do, though, of course, let us pop a top. Let us join in with a good friendly Mountain Dew here. There we are. Open focus, my friends. Open focus. You know, if it doesn't burn a little going down, you're probably not doing it right. Okay. Where are we at? So, I've been working on this Go API. I've really been dragging my feet on it. I'm going to be honest. Part of it is because I just don't have the mental model. Most of the time when I'm working on something, it's what I, honestly, it's what I pick to work on. Because I do a lot of client work, and so I get to pick what I want to work on. And this one, I do want to work on it. Maybe, I don't know. I'm kind of in a rut on it. I was really excited at the start of it, but then it became less clear what it was going to do, and then I don't know. But anyway, what I need right now is I just need to provide some CRUD for some JSON document storage. That's really all I need to do, and then provide relationships. That's it. Everything else is, well, there's nothing else yet. That's the task. That's the spec of the task is document storage, ability to query, and the end goal of this is to have document storage that, actually, let me go look at the database real quick. Here we are. Okay, I have to take a look at this. I have to remember how I was going to solve this problem, because we have ID. Let's see, that's character. Do we have indexes? Okay, ID is the primary key. And then old ID. And then we got a foreign key reference. Okay. So, oh, that's fine. Oh, whoops. Go back. The problem, here's the problem. These documents are supposed to be static, but at the same time, it's possible that a clerical edit could be made to a document. So I don't ever want to lose information about the document. But for right now, we're just going to allow basically random edits to it. Not random, but we're going to allow the front end to edit anything that it has permission to. We're going to start out with the sudo capability where anything can be viewed or listed with a root account token, with a system token, and then we're going to have there's going to be two types of scoped tokens. One of them will be scoped to the account, the other one will be scoped to the individual. And I think to start out, we may just take any token. If it's scoped to an account, it still has a person ID in it. And so what we may do, there we go. I moved my desk a little bit down, surprisingly, but it's just my legs. They were getting a little tired, so I moved it down a little bit. Anyway, so I think any account token will still have the individual ID in it, so they can use that token, I think, for either thing. They can view things by, or it can be system can view and update anything. Then organization will be able to view and edit anything that is related to it. And then individual will be able to view and edit anything that's related to it. So we don't actually want to allow that when this goes into production, because this is supposed to be a fixed set of data. But in order to be able to prototype better, we're going to allow arbitrary changes. And I also need to get a way to allow the name of the organization and the name of the individual, because as it stands presently, actually, hold on a second. I'm not sure if this data that I'm working with, I'm afraid some of it may have been taken from production at some point, probably very early on. But I see names, there's a lot of names in there. If this is what I'm going to go check this on the other screen real quick. There's a lot of names in here that what I should see, if I'm in the right database, I'm just going to double check this real quick. Am I even in the right database? I'll be darned. I'm looking. Hey, what's up, Mashley? I wonder who it could be. It's such a masculine name, through and through. Could only be one person. I think I'm connecting to the wrong database. I need to go check something. I need to go check something real quick. Where is the other Postgres database? I'm okay. So for the uninitiated, how you doing, Matt? For the uninitiated, please don't do that. This should just the default should be just the dark. It should just be the dark because it looks better. Whatever. I've been talking about this for a couple weeks, but I guess I haven't been on stream as much, not on this stream as much the past couple weeks, because I've been catching up on some other things, and I've been streaming on the other channel, the Dash Incubator channel. Oh, great! Thanks to you. Other than connecting to the wrong DB, yeah, things are going all right. Well, I mean, I've got a couple of balls in the air right now, as I always do, and this one is the one that has the most fire in me right now, is cloud hosting. So we're doing cloud hosting, and I'm not sure how to talk about this from the perspective that, so we're using the same kind of clustering software that's used by DigitalOcean, Linode, whatnot. We're using, but the work that we have to do is, kind of a good thing, is mostly user management and billing. The other stuff is built. I mean, we have to add basically some access controls APIs around it, but the other stuff is pretty much built. It's what other cloud hosts use. What we're doing that's unique is, if you're VC backed, then you're going to just throw a lot of money at problems. You're going to buy $20,000-$30,000 servers, and you're going to buy hundreds of them. We're buying servers that cost $600 a pop and are basically 50% of the performance of the servers that are 30 grand a pop. So it basically, I mean, maybe they're 50% of the performance and 50% of the efficiency. So maybe in terms of power, they might cost twice as much to deliver half the value. But you think about it, okay, if your game plan is a 10-year game plan, you're going to lose money for 10 years. You could do that. You could buy the $30,000 servers. But if you don't have VCs, the customer's not going to notice the difference between a $30,000 server and a $600 server. They're just not, because on the $30,000 server, you're still clamping down on how much of the resources the person's allowed to use, and then you're charging them through the nose for anything except for the minimal allotment of resources. The price, the pricing isn't linear in many cases. So we just drop the price floor because most people don't need. You're not getting it anyway. If you need it, we can give you more because the capacity is still there. It's just per watt, it's a little more expensive. But on the whole, it's still a lot cheaper because over the course of the year, a $20,000, $30,000 server versus a $600 server, the power difference won't make a difference, like I said, for 5 to 10 years. I mean, I'm doing intuitive math, but I could put it in the spreadsheet, but it's a long time. You're not going to make up on that power difference for a long time. And if it comes to a point where literally what's costing you more money is the power difference, which I think you got to get into hundreds. Probably not hundreds. You have to probably be in the range of thousands of servers before the power difference starts making a difference. You gotta have a lot of customers, Anyway, so privately owned, cloud hosting, cheaper by the bunch. We're gonna we're gonna undercut everybody else's prices because we can, because we're buying the servers that they're selling, the ones that they bought 10 years ago. We're buying what they bought for $30,000 still works fine. It's not like RAM goes bad. CPUs and RAM, they go bad if you overheat them, but they don't, generally they run for 20, 30 years. They don't go bad. Anyway, so we're just getting cheap servers, and we're putting the thing together in a cluster, and we're getting more servers in the cluster than we need, so we have plenty of capacity. And yeah, anyway, that's what we're doing. So if you're interested in that, smash the request invite button. And over the next, it looks like we're about 2 weeks out from being able to put the servers in the data center, because we just signed the agreement with the data center and there's a lead time on just getting things provisioned on their end. And then we'll see how far we are, but we'll probably let a few people in before we have billing completely implemented, and it'll just be don't put your production stuff on this yet. But within a month or so, we should be production ready. I mean, the software's already production ready. Like I said, we're taking known, good, tested, provisioned, good name brand, high quality servers that we're just getting on the cheap, and then we're taking we're taking better software. We're taking the more up-to-date, has better security features, has better provisioning rules. We're taking the better software because we're just taking this year's version of the same software that everybody else is using, and it's kind of a little bit of an upgrade path. So yeah, anyway, that's the thing. And Matt, let me know, did you already have all that information before? I don't remember if I talked about this on the stream before or not. It's been something that's been buzzing around and buzzing in my sleep, kind of thing. But the workshop is still happening. It's just there's been a number of things that have gotten in the way, and I haven't gotten to. So I've got the material is there. I need just a tiny bit of fine tuning, but it's just that weekend didn't work because this was happening and this didn't, and so I just need to set the date and then do it. So we'll get there. We'll get there before the end of the month. But sorry, it's the long time between workshops because of just other random life stuff. Anyway, let me close that out. What was I doing here? Oh, the database. Yes, the database. So I am connecting to the wrong database. I need to go figure out if I can connect to the right database. So I'm just gonna be transparent here. I was connecting to the production database. I should not even have the production credentials on my system. I don't know how that happened. My guess is that I do have a guess, and my guess is that the dev database might be empty. The migration process might not have run on it, and I needed to have some data. So yeah, but I will. My drive is encrypted, so as soon as I remove that line from the file, it's as if it was never there. But yeah, let me figure this out. I'm guessing that the dev database just didn't have the relationships that I needed. Or I may have set this, it may have been that I set this up a long time ago. I'll see. I said, dang it. Slipping back in the old bad habits. Okay, staging. What? Hold on, let me double check on something. Oh no, I was not using the production database. I was using the dev database. I'm a little confused. I need to check on something else. Okay, that is... Yeah. I thought I was using production, and that's... I feel kind of ashamed of that, but... Then I need to check something else out. Sorry I'm checking out stuff off screen, but you know how it goes. Or you don't, but you should. Select. Actually, I'm going to try something else. It also could be, I wonder if production is using the dev database. So I do not have direct production access on this machine. But I am going to get into another machine that has an audit trail on it that does have access to the production machine. Okay. Because this database was a dev database, and we could have, a year ago, when we set this up, we could have made the mistake of using the dev database as the production database because we weren't actually using it for, even in production, it's not used yet. It was just filling the data so that we'd have the data there. Okay, good. Production definitely has a different database. Okay, I need to check out something else then. Because I could have sworn I saw production data in this database, and maybe some production data did make it in, because maybe some... Or maybe we just... I don't know. Maybe we have seeded some of the data with realistic names. Let me do a select count here. Oh, okay. That probably is just fake data, but occasionally they may have entered in a real customer name or something like that. So I just did a select, yeah, you see here, select count from ledger. I'm going to go do that again over here and just kind of look at some of the raw data, some of the JSON that's in this field. There's some JSON document in here that's pretty big. Did the Irish goodbye on the live stream? I see in a DM. just leave while I'm in the middle of talking to you. Okay, great. And love the background music. Okay, I think I've been playing the same one for a few now. This is the piano tag. Let me bring that back up. Our Super Metroid. Boo. And how are the rest of y'all doing? Okay. These look like, this looks like real customer data. No, that's not real data. Okay. All right, so some of these names I think that some of these might be TV show characters or something, so they have names that sound real because they're TV characters. But some of them are obviously fake. Okay, so either there's some early customer data mixed in here. Which could be the case. Also could be some early employees, people that were working support. Yeah, there's a mix. As I'm scrolling through here, I'm seeing a mix of things where some of them look real, and then some of them are probably not real records, but and not necessarily real customers, but just customers that they did a demo with on the dev environment. So they created a dev account. Bless me. So they may or may not actually... I don't know. I don't know what to make of this data, and that worries me a little bit. I will have to ask a question about that later. But the good news is I am not, in fact, on the production database. There's just some data that looks like it's production data in the database. So now I got to figure out how am I going to stream this when I'm not sure about the sensitivity of the data. Well, actually, I know something I think I can do. Again, I have to log in on the other screen for a sec. All right. There's just tons and tons and tons of, yeah, test. Yeah, all the company names are obvious junk. They're foobar, not an MLM, my beta, my theta 1 through 30, test folder, bad day bears. Yeah, so as far as the company names go, I've just got hundreds of junk company names. And then let's see. I wish I could see this by number. Oh, okay. Demo Debbie, that makes sense. Chris Client. Chesta Cheater. Sputnik. Okay. And then I see some employee names. Okay, I think I'm safe here. as I'm scrolling through, it seems okay. All right, so we're gonna go with the belief that the data is mostly okay. You know, dummy data. If I pull a record or two and I see it different, I will make note of it. Anyway, so I need to go ahead and continue my crudification of this thing, which a lot of which I can do without actually testing it is nice, but not required. You know what I'm saying? I can do a lot of work before I have to test it, and I can test on the other screen. You're welcome. You're welcome. Remember, first you caffeinate, then you hydrate. Helps the caffeine do its job. Oh, that went down wrong. That's really weird. Normally that only happens with solid foods. You know, it feels like it gets stuck. Okay. So what I've implemented here is I have ULIDs rather than UUIDs. ULIDs are the new hotness, and there's a good reason for it. Because with a ULID, ULIDs are lexigraphically sortable. So let me bring up ULID here. Let's see if this one shows. Yeah, there's different. Interesting that there's not a binary implementation. Yeah, so a ULID has a timestamp as the first part of it, and then has randomness as the next part of it. And I think the timestamp is, it's the Unix time in milliseconds. Oh, and it's 48 bits. So not 64 bits, but 48 bits. Got it. Well, that's great. And then 80 bits of randomness. So you can sort these, and they have timestamp information embedded in them. And you can use this in the same way that you would in, for example, GraphQL, where you say, give me what's the last, the GitHub's GraphQL works this way, where you get a list of things, and then you give it an ID, and you say, give me all the things that are before, the next 20 things that come before this, and the next 20 things that come before this. So I'm actually doing that in here. So there's a limit, which is going to be, you know, just parse it as an integer. And then there's the last ID, which could also be null, or just not existence, meaning it'd be null. And so it will start, if you don't give it a last ID, it'll start at the most recent ID and then give you up to the limit. And then there's also the since. So you can say, give me everything since this time. And then that one's sorted by time. And I'm using SQL C, so it actually runs different queries. So it'll either run the next records query, or it will run the records since query, depending on whether you gave it one or the other. It's an error if you give it both. So that's where I'm at with that. Just kind of doing the recap here, getting back into it. And then where are we at from here? Right. So the routes that I'm actually working on are... Actually, I'm going to turn that music back on for a bit. Oh, that's nice. A little jazzy bit. Now I can hear what you're hearing. So we've got the sudo, which, like I said, that's the system can get everything. The system can create anything. And then, oh, what was that? Did somebody just say hello or something? Did I see? Thought I saw something pop up on the screen there. Whoa, I didn't even... For reals. So you can't tell this, but this background is actually translucent. It's not entirely gray. It actually, what's behind it makes a difference. I just noticed an ever so slight color change right at the edge, and then I realized that I have a white background in the web browser here, and then right there, I don't know if you'll be able to see it, it goes darker. And behind that is another terminal, black background. I didn't realize this had transparency on it. I should probably turn that off. It's just wasting GPU power for delivering text on a screen with a subtle change I can't even see. It's probably super intensive. All right, so then, yeah, this will list the records, and then if that works. Oh, I also need to do, and I don't know what to call this. Individuals. I think we'll call this organizations. Because orgs, I don't know, it feels too... Because then we could say users. I don't like the term users. Humans. People. Because basically it's either a human or it's a business entity. Yeah, or an organization entity. And if we're going to spell it all out individual, then I'd rather spell it all out organizations. Organizations. I don't know. I'll figure that out later. But I need to do... Basically, I just copy the same thing that I've done for orgs and list individuals. And realistically, I probably should... I need to be able to get a single... Whoops. Individual as well. So I need to implement that. So we're implementing the list. We need to implement the get. And I think we kind of have the get. We have the ability to get a record. And I don't know that we have the ability... Let me check this out elsewhere. So we've got the party roles, the record types. We also need a post for each of these. This is something that I probably should be using a generator for. Also, this is mostly pseudo routes. So another thing I ought to be doing... I ought to just do this. Hey! Domi Tudos, how you doing? I am working on some CRUD stuff. I wonder if there is a... I wonder if there's just a generator I could use. It just seems like I should be able to piggyback on what SQL C is doing and then just have it generate the code. But I wouldn't necessarily want it to generate the code all the time. I just want to say, okay, here, give me some basic routes that do the CRUD stuff, and just be done with it. Let's see. Actually, I don't need to move that. I need to copy it. And I need to move with the exception, well, not really with any exception. So this right here, this should be middleware. Let me go back into this. Got a new token verifier. Let me go check this out real quick. Just see what this looks like. Alright, so that's much more than what I need, but I'm just going to use this as a template over here. I'm going to expose this as require sudo. And I don't think I really need any options. Require sudo responds with early, well not responds immediately with an error if the token is not a system token. Does not belong to the system or support. Ah, yes. So then it would return next. And all this is any of that. I don't think I need to do with context here because we're not modifying it. Or just either erroring or passing it along. one. I'm trying to think where this ought to go. I feel like this ought to go up a level. So I may copy it for now. Put it in. Oh. So let's say I take that over into command with me, and we just make this just a function in here somewhere. I suppose I mean, we could just put it right here, but that feels a little bit not quite right. I could probably remove some of this. Let's see. Ah, what did I do? And this would be what? Is that right? No. Marshall. Oh, let me go back here. Funk must Marshall. Do I want to expose that, or do I want to copy it? For right now, I'm going to copy it. Alright, report v2. That's what this is called. So many things in here need to get renamed. They're just really temporary names. The most famous of which is not famous at all, is of course API thing. So, we look in here. API thing. API thing is the struct that allows me to attach other stuff for the purpose of the API. It really needs a name. It might, maybe it should just be API. But right now it's API thing. Do I have API for anything else? It says new API and I return API thing. So I think I should just call it API. Let's see if we can make that change. How y'all doing tonight? What's up? What are you interested in? Let's see. Okay, that was it. So API thing is gone now. Yeah, eventually we'll figure out what this thing is and what it should be named and all that. Let's see if I can get my seat to come out a little further. I think I need to try a different seat for a few weeks. I think just something about this one isn't working very well for me lately, but I think it's mostly just because I've been in it. I'm too long. I mean, I just need something to be different. And then I would probably go back to it because I'd like it. I do have another chair back there, but that one, I think after 30 minutes, my back would start hurting with it. This one, my back doesn't hurt, but my legs eventually feel kind of, I don't know, I just feel unsettled. Not the right way to say it is. Okay. Also, I wish I could move this over. I don't think I can. Yeah. I've got a little tray under here that I bump my knee into all the time. If I could just maybe move back a little bit and then move all this stuff over. I have to figure that out sometime. But yeah, I probably just need to move back a few inches. Okay, so what am I doing? I was renaming API thing. I was trying to find... I found the name of the package. That's what I was looking for. And then I need this require sudo. We could probably skip a little bit here. Because I don't need to pass any options into this. As far as I'm aware. I think this token verifier could probably move up quite a bit. Bless me. Require sudo. Let's just move this down if we can. And this doesn't need anything either, right? Well, it does. It needs the next function. So it needs to do something and then either have an error or a next. Got it. But I could probably throw this in right at the top here. Will that work? Will it allow me to do that? I think it will allow a function expression, but not the function itself. So I guess the function should go... I don't know if it should go right there. Put it down below. Yeah, add JSON header, require sudo. Okay. And then is there a way for me to, this is for backwards compatibility. So I think I can just do this. And then I'll change the name of a couple things here. Sudo create record. Technically it should be sudo record create. But I might go fix that, rename stuff later. Post ledger record. I need to go fix that. Should probably use nerd tree for this. I think I've got it installed, do I? No, I don't. We'll do, there we go. Oh no. I did a recursive open. And a project that has a vendor folder. You just kill the process. We'll be here all night. I'll take a drink. There we go. Adjusting my head of the desk for a second. Okay. Okay. Got my Git. My. Oh, you know what? I kept on seeing stuff popping up down there. I had the wrong channel bots on here. So I don't think that people's messages have been showing up. Ah! I was seeing them over there. But whatever was popping up down here was probably some other tab that I still have open for Dash Incubator. Oops. Alright, so post. So this one's going to be sudo record create. There we go. I need to go make that query for parties. So we have a list next orgs. Should also have a list next users. And for the sake of the ULIDs, I'm kind of torn. that maybe I shouldn't put something like this in the SQL query because fewer people would be familiar with it, and it would probably be a lot easier to show this in the Go code rather than have it be in the database or have it be in the SQL code. Yeah, that's really the only difference between these two. But I kind of want... So I've got individuals... I kind of want to do the recent as well. Okay, I think I'm not going to do that yet. Sudo list individuals. All right, let's go into the route here. And we're just going to copy this whole orgs function. And then we're just going to rename everywhere it says orgs to say individuals. Actually, I don't want to do that blanket just because orgs might. Something else. Okay. So with this, I have to run SQL C generate again. And this may be all that was necessary. But I shouldn't need this auth check anymore. I shouldn't need this auth check either. I shouldn't need this auth check. And I shouldn't need this auth check. So all the auth checks have been moved into the routing, which is where I believe they belong. The reason these are prefixed with sudo is because they require root authentication, but they don't have any level of selectability. If you were to use them with an account or with a user, then it would just show everything. So you shouldn't use them for those. Sudo create record. This one I did have that. Okay, we'll just have that go that way for now. sudo create record API. Oh, I'm swap-a-doodling them. That's the way it should be, but I'll fix that later. I don't know why I have this in a group. Probably just so from this point forward, all of this is authenticated. Ah, right. This isn't quite what I want either. Can I inline middleware? Does this work? Okay, no. No, that's fine. Something's off, though. So this is the only thing that already existed, is this one right here, this ledger org ID. Maybe we should just go to the... Nah, We can't use the term users because it doesn't make sense semantically for us. Okay, so we're just going to remove... Yeah, that whole section is going to get removed. Okay, and this will be person and org authenticated. One thing I'd also like to get as part of this would be like the number of associated documents, maybe. Certainly some information about the user. Well, okay, so with the individual, we can get the identifier. Let me go check something on that real quick. Oh, no, I've already got this window open over here. Okay, here we go. Not quite sure how to do this. So what I'd like to show in the query is also the user's identifiers. But I think maybe that should just be a second query. Yeah. It's probably the best way to go about it. So let me go back here. Alright, so this is going to be similar. SQL, queries, identifiers. Let's take a look at the schema for this. Do I have the database loaded anywhere? I don't have the database loaded anywhere. So let me get the database loaded. And identifier type is an enum. List related identifiers. And we want to do the type. I guess party identifier dot star. Do we have old ID in here? I don't think so. Party ID. This would be descending. So I'm going to show the most recent first. I would kind of want this to return a map. What else equals C treats group by? Counting rows. Okay, nope. This would be many, of course. And this should have no limit because it should be limited by this. We could do... No. Did this have priority in it yet? It should have priority as well. It does not. Party ID and identifier. Actually, see, I'm not even sure that rule should be true. Because I could have an email address, delete it, and then add it again later. But in this case, let me think about that. This one we do need something kind of meta to it, because basically you should be able to log in with a user and you should be able to claim anything that's ever been yours. There probably should be an ability to lock things out as well, though. Well, to say, well, I used to own this ID, but the ID service I don't trust anymore, so I don't want that ID service to be able to get these things. But whatever, that's a different problem. Okay, list related identifiers. So we need to get that with the list identifiers bit. Okay. Sudo list individuals. Oh, and I need to build this first, of course. I should probably get... Oops. Just like I've got to run here. I should have a... There we go. What did I do? Debounce. Let me try this real quick. Oh, there we go. All right, good. And now it's doing what it's supposed to do. Should not have been an equal. It should have been an end. Hey, everybody, how's it going? Okay, now that should be right. And then that should be auto building, which means that now when I open this file, I need to be able to get anywhere there's org, I should be able to do individual. Oh, hey, what's up, InfinityTY? Nice, nice, well played, well played. Okay. I'm gonna change. Oh, whoops. First we'll do uppercase. org. I think we could change this to party. Nah, it needs to be org because for the individual, to-do list next individuals row. Okay, so for this, we also need to have identifiers, and that is going to be an array of, was it params reports v2, okay, reports v2 dot party identifier. Identifiers. No, we don't need to omit empty. There will be empty sometimes. We're not going to omit it. Okay. What am I working on? Well, this is a project I started about a year ago for a client. Well, actually my employer, but now they are a client. And I'm trying to resurrect it. They have a really wonky doodle database where it was kind of built like a WordPress plugin. In fact, it would have been interesting in an alternate universe if they had just used WordPress to build what they built. But anyway, their database is very WordPress style, where everything is completely, you could either you could either say it's completely normalized or it's completely denormalized. I'm not really sure which way to put it, because everything is just a thing, and any relation to a thing is just a relation to a thing. So all things are things, and all relations are relations to things. So it's completely and utterly generic because it is a form builder. But there are specific documents that essentially are, well, not essentially, that are actually generated from the form builder. And the format of the database is no good because it doesn't preserve the history very well. It's difficult to get a snapshot of this is what document was submitted and the data that's related to that document. And these are the changes that have been applied to that document. It's all just inputs that are arbitrary and relationships between the inputs that are kind of, it's as generic as a folder containing files. It's as generic as inputs and values and field sets. It's that generic. But we need to have a much stronger relationship. And so there is an export process to try to replay the history of the database. And what I'm building is what they will interact with after that data has been exported, so that it's easier to have strictly typed relationships between the documents that were submitted and to see any clerical edits to documents. A lot of these documents are investor documents or legal documents, etc., etc. So it's actually pretty important to have an audit trail and to be able to easily see, this is the state of the document, this was the state of the document, this was the state of the document. and to have a note if there was a clerical edit. So for example, something may have been signed and executed, but there may have been a typo that is the kind of typo that doesn't require re-signing the document, the kind of typo that if it were to go in a court of law would be easy to understand that it was a typo and not ambiguous in terms of the agreement or something like that. And so clerical edits need to be able to be allowed, but they need to be distinct. So anyway, I'm building, it is a basic CRUD app is what it is. It's just a basic CRUD API for storing and retrieving data with some relationships between the data. Why did I decide to do it with Go? I love Go. I think that Go is just absolutely amazing, and I love the type system in Go. There's a few things that annoy me about Go, but all in all, when you look at the landscape of languages, Go has got to be the simplest and best language. It's just the best set of trade-offs for most use cases. And so I wanted the strong typing, and I wanted it to be... Go is very easy to read for the most part. Go is life. Thank you, Josue. Can you answer me one thing? What's the best resource to learn Go? Haha. Boy. So check out creedsofcraftsmanship.com. I've got links to various things there. So if you go to creedsofcraftsmanship.com, you can go, there's some resources for learning Go that are right here, some great talks. So Simplicity is Complicated, Software Engineering in Go, Rob Pike on Software Engineering in Go, Things I Never Use in Go, How I Write HTTP Services, all this stuff is pretty good. Understanding Go with versions. This is not about Go specifically, but Go is just so engineering focused that a lot of this material ends up being. But then, best Go resources right here. So here's the other link I will give you. Here are the best resources for learning Golang. And Kai can chime in on this too. But you've got Go by Example, Your Basic Go, Tour of Go, Learn Go with Tests, and Effective Go. I think Effective Go, it's at the bottom, but in a way it should be at the top. You should read Effective Go. And you can skim through it. It's not very long. This is the whole book. The book is something like, I don't know, I guess it ends up being 100 pages. Let me see. No, 55 pages. So the book ends up being 55 pages if you were to print it out. And you might want to do that. But just reading through, you don't have to read every single little thing, but just go through the introduction, the formatting, package names. You don't necessarily need to go over the language stuff in Effective Go. You can. It's an excellent, excellent overview of Go that's concise and just good. But really, what I think is great about Effective Go is Effective Go communicates the philosophy of Go. Whereas Go by Example and Your Basic Go don't necessarily communicate the philosophy. They just show you really, really great, concise examples. Every language should have a Go by Example type of thing. But Effective Go teaches you the philosophy so you don't kick against the pricks. Because a lot of people, if they come from a Java background or they come from a, heaven forbid, F# background or whatever, they'll tend to hate Go because they're used to all these really complicated patterns, and Go it's for idiots. Go is for freaking retards, man. And that's one of the reasons I love it. Is you can be as dumb as a rock. If you can program at all, you can program in Go. The stupider you are, the better. Because the people that are really smart, a lot of times they're just too arrogant. And Go, it's not really for arrogant people. I don't know how I got into Go. Oh, it's because it's the best. That's how. But if you think you're really smart and you think you know all these advanced things and you can just use every design pattern and go C++ and go screw yourself. Just take some C++ and just stick it right where the sun don't shine and enjoy yourself. But if you just want it to be dumb and simple and you're just like, man, programming's hard. How can we not make this so hard? Go. I had one person, a friend, called it guardrails the language. And I don't think he's wrong. I don't know why you'd want anything else. Programming is too hard to use something like C++. It's just, if you've got excess brain power that you need to just waste, you just need to burn your brain power, please find another outlet than C++. Let's see. No, this is my company repo. This is the repo for... Oh, no, this is mine, yes. creedsofcraftsmanship.com and Beyond Code Bootcamp. Yes, those are my repos. What's up, Shizu? I learned via... You have to have this project ready before the end of the sprint. That's good too, Josue. Hopefully... Go ahead and chime in with what you found to be good. But I think the most important thing about Go is to understand the philosophy. And to understand the philosophy, Go by example is really good. And then Go Proverbs is really good. So I'm going to link you to Go Proverbs specifically. But I think before Go Proverbs even would maybe be Simplicity is Complicated. Do I have Simplicity is Complicated here? No, I don't have Simplicity is Complicated here. I've got it in the other list. And the original How to Think and Go. This one right here. I should probably put this one in bold or put it in the list as number 1. This is very outdated in terms of some of the syntax that they introduced early on in the beta stage of the language didn't survive. And that's okay. But the philosophy is the most important part of Go. It's how to think like a moron. Intentionally. How to do it the dumbest, simplest, most easy to understand way. And this turns out to be very controversial. Because people like it to be complicated. They want it to be complicated. If programming were easy, everyone could do it. But because I've got the yin and yang inside of me, because there's part of me that's just so happy about Go, and there's part of me that's just so angry with so much of the programming community with how complicated they make things. But Go brings me peace. There's problems with it. I get it. Yeah, there's boilerplate. Yeah, you copy and paste. That's literally one of the proverbs. Is a little copying is better than a little dependency. Yeah, you have to handle every error intentionally. Yeah. But these are the bad aspects of the language? This is the bad part? It's like, get better tooling if you don't like copying and pasting. Let the thing type for you. Get autocomplete enabled in your editor if typing is such a bother for you. Learn how to use Command C and Command V if typing the same thing out twice is really a bother for you. But seriously, there are good tools out there that can help with that kind of stuff. I'll have to read some others like the proverb. Oh, wait. I really like the way Go by example is made. I'll choose Tor, the Tor over that, but that's because I'm insane. Yeah. Well, the Tor is good, but I think the Tor is maybe a little too terse. Yeah, you definitely got to get into the proverbs. You stream every day or try to stream 3 or 4 times a week? If yes, I'm surely going to watch you. I often stream on... There's 2 channels I stream on. This channel, which is CoolAge86, and the other channel is Dash Incubator. And Dash Incubator is my other job. So I have basically two main projects that I'm working on. One is called Savvy. It's a source of truth for documents for startups. It's basically managing business lifecycle for growth stage businesses and all of the documentation involved in that. Stuff that founders don't want to do. Stuff that you have to do because you get involved with lawyers and as investors, but you otherwise wouldn't want to do. Savvy makes it manageable. You can swallow the bitter pill. And then the other thing is Dash Incubator, and Dash is digital cash. And so it is an international currency. So an easy way to exchange between Euro and USD and pound and stuff like that, yen, whatever. Dash is an easy way to go between. And also in America is spendable pretty directly from an app. So you could go into Chili's and you could buy yourself lunch with it. YYJP is life? Wait. YYJJP? Oh, yes. Oh. Okay. Yeah. I have the muscle memory on it, but V, man. You got V. It's VYJP. You don't forget the V. Oh, and Josh, that rave about Go, we could probably clip that. Why you use Go? What was the actual question here? Oh, what's the best resource to learn Go? Why Go and what are the best resources? Something like that. Okay. I am actually just going to tag Josh. I need to get the uploads for the video recordings to be working again. Hold on just one second. Okay, let me get back to this. So, identifiers, individual. Orgs is here. I think I might use the term users because they're not users. They're parties. They're signees. They are people who are participants in a document. But I don't want to type out individuals, and I don't know how to shorten that. How do you shorten that? Individuals. Because it's kind of a technical term. I think parties. Just go with parties. Okay. Okay, and then we're going to say, oh, and then this would not be org, this would be party. A party technically could be an org. Alright. So we have to go through this loop a couple of times. Yeah, so it is. What was my note to myself about this? Oh, SQL null. This comment ended up in the wrong place. This is the problem with comments. They end up in the wrong place. Comments don't follow the code very well. Alright, so then we need to have... But one of the things people don't take advantage of in Go that they ought to more often is Go generate. I don't take advantage of it like I should. Because Go generate is what you're supposed to do to avoid the copy-paste problem. You're supposed to write a Go template and then generate the template, and then you don't have to worry about the copying and pasting, because if I were a better Go developer, I would use SQL C to define the JSON, and then I would have some sort of Go generate tasks that would read the JSON from SQL C and then just generate my CRUD for me. Shareholders, no. The right word is not shareholders, because these are various different types of... Okay, when I was talking about the lawyers and investors get involved, the lawyers as investors want to see that the relationships you've had with others have been clarified as well. So let me take the headphones off, because I was going to be listening to something different than the background music that you're listening to. Let me switch this over. But since I am just listening to the music that you're listening to, let me take the headphones off. So, an employee signs documents. Investors and lawyers want to know that the employees have signed the documents. So it is the source of truth for your business. It's not. It's a little bit difficult to explain. It is basically a due diligence platform. And so the problem is this is the terrible tragedy of Savvy, is that it's the thing that everybody needs and nobody wants. The people who it benefits are not the people who seek it out. The lawyers and the investors seek it out because they need you to do the stuff. And if they can get it to be easier for you to do the stuff, they'll make it easier for you to do the stuff if you'll do the stuff. Because deals go wrong. And this is the other thing, is that Savvy, because it's got the business owner in mind, the frantic ADHD growth stage business owner. It's got them in mind. So it protects them. Even they reap the benefits of the protection. So it's not just because there are some tools that investors try to funnel you into. Part of the reason is because the investors know how to use it and you don't. And the investors end up taking advantage of you and your company that way. So let's see. Hold on, where did I have this thing? Let me just comment this out for a second and then start this over from scratch. So, I don't know if this reports v2 dot. Hold on, what did I do? What did I mess up here? What do I call this? List related identifiers. I'm gonna change this to identifiers list related. Okay, and so then I should be able to do reports v2 identifiers list related. Param. Right? And this is just going to be party ID, I think. What is going wrong here? Did the builder work, or did it fail for some reason? Ah, it was party IDs, wasn't it? Yes, it was. No, what? I'm so confused right now. Let me go take a look at the SQL that got generated. Identifiers list related. Where's the query object? Oh, this should have been an array of strings. Let's see if I can fix that. Well, first, what did it look like? No, it's just, okay. So that's going to be an array of strings. I gotta go look this up again real quick. Or maybe I've got it in here somewhere else. I know the SQL C has an answer for this. By the way, this is amazing. Oh no, not this one. I asked this question, and it got so hot. I've never seen this. Okay? In 2 days, I've had 38 upvotes on this. Okay? In 2 days, it's gotten 31,000 views. This is probably the most viral thing I've ever done in my life. 31,000 views in 2 days. I don't know why. I don't get it. I'm just asking a basic question. And so many people, they're just like happy to call me an idiot that I'd even ask a question so stupid. And then the other ones are, they're giving me this long answer. This is just amazing. Because it's weird. It's weird because I'm not that dumb about this stuff, but I use some of the terminology incorrectly, and I get that because I get upset when people, if you were to call a variable a function, and it's just like, it's annoying. It's annoying when people use the wrong term when they don't. Say you're using a language like Go, you don't know the difference between a list and a slice. An array and a slice. You use terms incorrectly sometimes. JavaScript makes it hard because all the terms are overloaded and they don't mean the right thing. But anyway, so I didn't phrase my question correctly, and the guy, the first time he answered it, he's basically saying, you don't even know what you're talking about. Your question's completely invalid. And then I went and tried to clarify his question, and he said your clarification, or clarify his answer and say your clarification is wrong. Anyway, it was just, this is so interesting. I don't know how this became. I'm just asking, is RAM wiped before use in a container? It's I don't know. I don't know why that's controversial. I don't know why it's interesting. This is just the weirdest thing to go viral. Just the weirdest thing. Cause I just don't know why I don't get it. I don't get why this is. I don't know. I just don't even get it. What was this? I'll have to look at this later. That's actually going to be important. I'm doing container-based hosting, so I'm also going to drop this link in the chat. bnna.net. So some buddies and I were putting together BNNA as a cloud hosting platform that's privately owned and cheaper by the bunch. And I have to make sure that the security is top-notch. And when containers were originally introduced, there were a number of security vulnerabilities. And so they kind of had a bad rap, and they have not been adopted in the way that we would be adopting them by any major cloud platform. Because major cloud platforms have always had something surrounding a container, and then they never give you access to the container. We want to give you access to the container. So you get all of the benefits of the container in terms of cost savings, and in terms of performance, in terms of being able to have a lot of things very cheaply, which no other platform lets you do, but containers are really cheap. But then we don't, it needs to be top-notch security. And so I needed to clarify some things about containers, because essentially all of the early problems of containers have been fixed at the kernel level. There could still be a kernel level bug, and if there is a kernel level bug, that bug is more severe than what you get in when you have. It's much harder to escape a container than a virtual machine. I mean, it's much harder to escape a virtual machine than it is a container. But if and I need to do some more research, but because we can also restrict it so that you just don't have root access in the container. But that would require a lot more work on our parts. Well, with Webby kind of gets around this problem for you. Webby lets you install things as not root. So Webby is the solution to a problem that I didn't know that I was going to encounter. So if we have to, we can lock the containers out and you just don't have root access in the container. It ends up being fine because there's a load balancer. We're going to do load balancing for free. So you're not going to have to pay an extra $10 a month plus per X request, all that nonsense. The load balancer is just going to be standard included, private networking standard included. A lot of this stuff that Amazon wants to charge you through the nose for, and other providers either don't provide or charge you through the nose for, it's just going to be standard for us. We are going to have the best developer experience. We're going to put both the dev and the ops back in DevOps, because DevOps has become nothing of what it was intended to be. If you read Project Phoenix or it's yeah. Okay, what was I going to look up here before I got distracted? SQL C where in. I need to figure out how to make this. Dang it, I need SQL C. SQL C. They should have picked a slightly better name. Query annotations. I think This might be correct. Oh, let's see. In. That's going to be very hard to search for. Okay. Can I get to search for it where in? Dang it. Okay, retrieving rows. It's so hard to search for code, man. I just want literal search. I want literal search. I want to know, how do I do where in with SQL C? What's this? I buy VM. Yo, ETH Daddy. I knew this was going to happen. I almost said preemptively, knowing something to say it. Some things ChatGPT is not good for. It's just a waste of time. I could ask ChatGPT. I really don't want to. ChatGPT, it's frustrating because you got to ask the same question 10 times and eventually it gets there. Maybe I will ask ChatGPT. This is something, the problem is this. ChatGPT does a really bad job when you're looking for something that's specific. It's the same kind of problem that we have with search, right? Where I'm searching for the literal clause where in. And search is really bad at that. But ChatGPT just spits out garbage nonsense in a very authoritative way when you give it a question that is too niche, in the same way that search does. So I have no doubt it'll give me an answer, but the answer, if I'm looking for ChatGPT is great if you're looking for something that's really broad, that's been done for the past 20 years in the same way. ChatGPT is excellent for that. But ChatGPT is terrible once you start to get any amount of specificity, or if it thinks that you're asking a controversial question, it will eventually answer you if you just keep on. I've told ChatGPT before, this is not a political issue. I'm asking you objectively to return me information about this topic. I want the information. I'm not asking for a political commentary. I'm asking for I was asking it about hosting, and it told me that it couldn't answer me because it was it would be politically biased. And I said, this is what? Okay. What did I open this for? I don't remember what I opened that for. There was something that I needed to do. You'd have to do : and then let it know that it's expecting an array. Let me see if I can find it in the official docs. Go back here, and then go back here. I need to have this on speed dial. There we go. Now I have it on speed dial. Command D. I'll read the rest of the comments in just a second. Okay, docs. More importantly, I need to have this on speed dial. SQL C, yeah. Passing a slice is a parameter to a query. There we go. That I needed to be more generic. There it is. Okay, it's not in, it's any. Okay. Where? Okay. And then I have to do this. Or I probably have to do text or something like that. Varchar. There we go. I've got it. I'm going to put where in here. So that next time I go searching for in, I'll find it. Okay. $1. I think this needs better than $1. But again, there's some way to give it a name, to do named parameters. Naming parameters. There we go. Okay, let me get back to the... What about Google? What, do you think I'm stuck in the 90s? Who's using Google? When was the last time you got the results you wanted from Google? 5 years ago, maybe. Oh, So when I was using DuckDuckGo, I used to go to Google and double check the results. But now that I'm using Brave Search, I never get better results on Google than on Brave. Brave always gives better results. I can't think of a time, because there have been times when I go to Google and I say, okay, you know, maybe it's Brave. Maybe it's Brave Search. No, Brave Search is on point. Brave Search is picking up the slack, but I wish that we could go back to the 90s and the 2000s style of searching, where you could use the Boolean operators and that sort of thing and get exact results. I miss that a lot. Yeah, single quoting. Oh, is that the new trick? Because it used to be double quoting. But yeah, the plus and the yeah. I know. I've tried it, but I find that it rarely works anymore. I miss when Google had Boolean operators. I've just kind of given up on that crap for the most part. I'll try it sometimes, but most of the time, if I put in a query, if I didn't get the results right the first time and I put it in quotes and I add the pluses and all that stuff, it doesn't work. What am I building? I bet it's better than what you're using. No, Brave Search is awesome. No, Brave Search is great. Brave Search has been way better for code for me than Google has been. But now I did not, I was skeptical, but Brave Search is better than Google. And pretty much everything's better than Google at this point. Google, this is the problem. Google created the ad monster, and the ad monster is destroying Google because ChatGPT is what writes all web page text. And Google does not have advanced filters on getting rid of crap sites and crap text. The bots have beat Google. The cat and mouse game right now, the mouse is winning. Okay? Google sucks for search. Gmail's still great. Google search sucks. They've lost their roots. But it's not just that they lost their roots. It's that ChatGPT has destroyed the web. If you want to get content, most of the time you have to get it in video form because that's the only way to know that it's authentic. And Google, the Google YouTube pairing is good. Being able to search YouTube transcripts, that's good. I've seen that work. That's good. But Google web search sucks. It is probably the worst because Bing is now GPT aware and Brave Search has just got better algorithms. I don't know what they're doing, but their algorithms are better. So, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you work at a giant company that's crumbling under its own weight. My heart goes out to you. What are you building? I'm building a CRUD API for basically for document and signing party management. Sounds really boring. Kind of is, but I'm just working through CRUD stuff right now. Yes, you can use operators, but they don't work most of the time. You code straight up in Vim. Not only do I code straight up in Vim, so can you. And you might not believe me, but you will. So Vim Essentials, check this out. Vim Essentials will make you as proficient in coding in Vim as I am, along with Vim Adventures. Go play Vim Adventures for an hour. I need to bookmark this. Vim Adventures. There we go. That way I can search it. Came in with the guns blazing, huh? It's not obsolete. I'm assuming you're just trolling, but it's not obsolete by any means, you know. Name a programmer, any programmer you know who knows how to program that doesn't use Vim. Name someone who knows what they're doing that uses VS Code. You can't. You can't. I mean, when you think of your friends, you know the ones that know how to code, the ones that really don't know what they're doing, they're just copying and pasting from ChatGPT. Vim, VS Code. Right? Am I right? Come on. So, you know. Yeah. So the thing is, I'm right on the edge with the Emacs joke, so I don't personally get it. I've heard it. I know it's a meme, but usually today people use Ubuntu as their operating system or Mac, right? Most people aren't using Emacs as an operating system anymore. So, but if you want to play Dunit, it is available on Mac. They have an Emacs emulator. Okay. And I know Control A and Control E. All right. Identifier list related. Okay, but now, tag nabbit. All right, I'm gonna try it this way. Always something, man. One day I swear I'm just gonna quit. Party IDs. Okay, that's not working. I'm going to do it this way. I know it looks stupid. It's going to work. Whoops. It did the right thing. Tool generation, man. Can't live with it, can't live without it. Alright, anyway. So now I got our party IDs, and now I can finally put in here party IDs. All that for that. Bunch of rigmarole. Identifiers. Identifiers list. Oh, no. Okay, that's why, because we don't have params for this, because it's literally that simple. All right, cool. So we get rid of all this. It is pretty smart for the most part, but I kind of prefer consistent over smart. Speaking of which, I got to catch up on how AI script is going, because I've been paying for its development and I haven't checked in on it in a while. But I'm excited to see the upcoming demo. Thing's gonna cost me an arm and a leg. No new variables. Okay, fine. Okay, and then we can't have an error on this, right? No, we could have a DB error. I need to just put this away in a DB error, my bob. Right, DB error. Would you hire an engineer that doesn't use Vim? Yeah, I have. It's just kind of annoying because if they don't know how to use Vim, then they obviously don't know how to work with servers. They probably don't know IP addresses and DNS. It's like if somebody doesn't use Vim, then you know an entire workflow. Like if somebody uses VS Code and they don't use Vim, it's I mean, I think it's a little silly if you want an editor that's really slow and is always giving you pop-ups and is difficult to configure and you can't easily transport from one machine to another and you can't pair program with in an easy, simple way. You know, I think it's kind of silly to use an editor like that. But I get the appeal to some degree, right? But if they don't know Vim, period, then it's just like, it's going to be so frustrating because that means that the only thing they've ever used is localhost and they have no idea how the internet works. And it's just really hard working with people that work on a technology that are so far removed from it, right? It's like you are a shoemaker, but you don't wear shoes. So you don't really know what you're doing. Okay, that's a little harsh. That's a little harsh. That's not what I mean. Because that would be more like somebody who writes code but doesn't use web pages. No. But it's just frustrating when people come out of boot camps and they literally don't know how the internet works. It's frustrating And also when people have been doing front end development for 6 years and they don't know what an HTTP header is, it's kind of frustrating. But there's also the specialization, right? If you just stay in your lane and you're specialized in your thing and you never do anything else, you can get really, really good at that thing. So if they were really, really good at the thing that they do, then you can kind of give them a pass. But it's just when people have been developers for 4 years or 6 years and you have to explain HTTP headers, it's just, are we really having this conversation? Yes, we're having this conversation. Sorry, you're bringing out my dark side. What did you do? Yeah, I'm on harsh mode today. I'm sorry. I don't know why. I recommend Google because in my experiments have been better, but you sent me to Reflection Land. DuckDuckGo and Google give different results, but it's hard to say that one is better than the other. Brave gives better results, and now that Brave is trying to mix in the whole AI thing, it's funny because they're using ChatGPT 2. They're or not ChatGPT 2, but they're also using an LLM, and you can tell because it gives bad answers too. But it's actually helpful, and the one thing it'll do that ChatGPT won't do is it will tell you where it's aggregating the results from. So when it gives you the LLM blurb, it will annotate with site 0, 1, 2 in terms of the weights. 0 is the highest. It's actually kind of confusing. I wish they would go 1 indexed on that, but they go 0 indexed. I don't think that the 0 indexed is cute in this case. I think it's confusing because I thought that it was the reverse. I didn't realize it was indexing at first. I thought it was a weighted score where more is better, and so I would not click on the 0, but 0 is actually better because it's 0 indexed where the weights are. Anyway, but it tells you what sites it's aggregating the information from. Sometimes it's terribly wrong. It mixes the phrases together in a way that's, I think it told me that SSDs, I was looking at the power difference between SSDs and rotational drives, and it told me that SSDs use 7 to 8 watts while rotational disks use 8 milliwatts. So it identified the numbers, it identified the topic, and it made a sentence, but wasn't the right one. But still, I mean, it's on par for the course with the technology that exists right now. All right, so with these idents, now I got to run this query again. No, I got this one. Okay, so I don't need to run the query again. But I need to range over. So I apologize. I'm being a little bit of an a-hole today. I don't know why I'm on harsh mode. I'm sorry. I apologize. I honestly don't think I mean most of it in the harsher way that I was expressing myself. I think I don't know if I just got, in troll mode because y'all were trolling or what. Or maybe I caused the trolling. I don't know. But my apologies. All right, so we're going to go over idents. And wait, not indents, idents. And then this is going to be, yeah, we probably should do I here, and then we'll do idents. And then, dang it, now I need a map of these things as well. I'm going to go... How am I going to do this? Let's do parties by ID. And we'll create a map that is a key of string that goes to an int. Do I need to do make on that, or can I do it that way? I forget. I think I can do it that way. I don't... There was some nuanced difference that I read an article on, and I thought, oh, that's really interesting. I got to remember that. And now I forgot it. But there was some subtle difference about doing the make. I think it was the way that it gets allocated. If whether you do new or make or do this little mabob there. Anyway. Map. Okay. And this is still wrong. And then I need to know... Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the party, I'm going to modify it, and I'm going to stick it back in. I guess I could just do this with... Should I just do it with a pointer instead? Whatever. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Alright. So then we need to do... There's probably some other ways I could do this that would be more efficient or whatever, but we're not going to worry about that right now. Okay, so party index equal party index by ID. And this would be ident party ID. So then we can do parties, party index, party. Okay, and then I can go parties, party index, party. And we can do party. Flippy dippy. Okay, this is the one thing about Go that's not necessarily for idiots. Everything is, well, I guess when you're coming from a JavaScript background, it feels like it's not for idiots. If you're new to programming, then maybe it's still a for idiots kind of thing. But things are copy on write, and sometimes I forget when the copy on write happens. Because, let's see, party, no, they actually did make this easy, because you just do, okay, right, no, this is still for idiots. This is still, because you always have to do append, which means you always have to assign, which is why it works out. party ID doesn't make any sense. That's completely superfluous here. I kind of want... What could I do? Is there any way around this? I don't think there is. I think this is the nature of the beast. All right. And I could do a pointer here. This is probably the better thing to do, is have parties. I think I will change that a little bit. Okay, so we'll just have parties be a pointer. And then we'll have this. So now party is a pointer. Not much else changes. And then we don't have to do this this excess copy. And we can go straight through ident here. We don't need to worry about, because this is going to be information that we're copying anyway. So that's going to be correct in this loop. Party index, we get the parties, we get the identifier. We don't need this. We do need that. We didn't need the other one. We'd simplify this a little bit. And then I could just store the same pointer in here. I could just make this a pointer to an individual. And then we just modify it that way. And then it's just party. Let's see. Is that going to work? Because party... No, because this isn't a loop. So no, I'm going back. I'm going back to the original plan. The original plan was fine. But we don't need this, right? Yeah, because we're only using things that are copyable in the first place. So there we go. So that's fine. We'll leave this as is. It'll copy or not copy as it needs. I do want to scrub... Let's see. We'll go here. Okay, I'll check comments in just a second. No, that's not what I want. I want to go... No, do I want to be in here? Wait, where are these things? Where's my definition? Ah, there it is under models. Okay. I want to change the JSON, how it emits JSON. Let me go check that out. Type overrides. Type overriding section. This is the problem. Just, there's so many good things about this, but so many bad things about it. I just want to give up on programming sometimes. Because then you have to learn a DSL. And I hate DSLs. This is a good one, y'all. Ori and the Blind Forest Definitive Edition, A Truth Found in Storms. Do we have JSON overrides? Go struct tag. Okay. Go package authors. Overrides DB type. Let's see if this will work. Overrides. Column. And then what was this going to be? This was going to be party identifiers dot party ID, and then go struct tag. Confused by this. I think they just gave bad examples. I'm interested in the JSON bits. Okay. JSON. There we go. Oh, yeah. I think just this would be good enough. Alright, I'll get to comments in just a second. Calm down, my friends. Alright, so let me think. What did I... No, that's not what I want to see models. And I probably need to have it, I need to have it regenerate. So I need to just save this, change it in any way, and then this should regenerate. That did not work the way that I was expecting. Alright, let's go check and see if there's any error messages. Okay, now I'm checking comments. New makes a pointer and make allocates a normal variable. Is that what you meant? Probably. I think there was a specific difference in something like a slice. A new slice will be nil. But if you make a slice, it will be empty. I remember that was one of the distinctions. But I think that there was something specific. Maybe there wasn't something specific about maps. I thought there was something specific about maps. Because with maps, you don't really allocate the size, do you? Or maybe you do. I'm not sure how maps are allocated under the hood. Are maps basically just arrays, but their bucket... Let's see, because there's a few different ways you could implement them. If you implement them on the heap, then there's not a whole lot that matters in terms of... But I think that Go sometimes implements them on the heap, and sometimes I think that it has some sort of heuristic, and it basically chooses how the implementation is going to work based on how it appears to be used. Because you could allocate the heap or a map in the same way that you allocate a slice, or more specifically an array, and just say, okay, I'm going to need to allocate enough space for 10 of these things, and then anytime you get a hash collision, you just double the allocation. That'd be very wasteful, but it would be quick and efficient. Your guilty pleasure is creating DSLs that no one will ever learn about. I once made a network definition language. You are my nemesis. No. Well, the problem is this, right? So I know Go, and I'm happy to use GoDoc. GoDoc is great. This is not a wonderful experience for me. You know, this is not going well. Okay? Party ID, right here. What did I do wrong? Let me take a look and see what the database looks like. Okay. It didn't give me an error where it should have given me an error. Of course, I don't know at what layer. This probably has to get parsed before it does anything else. But overrides in particular should be lazy. They should come during, not before. So, but at the point that it parses this, it doesn't know that party identifier was misspelled. There we go. There we go. Alright, I'll take it. I'll take it. But it's just, yeah, DSLs are a BZ. Okay, I need to go check on a message. Oh, wow. Okay, so So AI script is coming together. I've got some screenshots here showing this. Hold on, I'm going to bring this over. I'm going to bring this over so you can see. So AI script is coming together. This is going to be like a friggin' $50,000 project at the end of it all. But this could change programming forever. So he's doing it in VS Code, and I need to figure out how to get it done in Vim. But he's familiar with VS Code, so he's just starting with using the language server with that. So an AI script uses var because you can do variable shadowing with var. But it says, hey, it looks like basically this is untyped, and now it's doing the type drafting. It's saying, do you want to, you've declared a person, do you want to draft the type for it? Yeah, insert person declaration, boom. And then there's the draft of the person. So that is freaking exciting. That is really, really exciting. Yeah, I think I'm just going to let him keep going. I just need to somehow figure out how to get the money for this, because I can't afford it. But, oh my goodness, this is going to be amazing. Oh, man. Yeah, I gotta make sure I've got the money for that, because this is looking freaking amazing. I mean, you just imagine as you're typing, type annotations are being applied. It knows what the values of things are. It knows what the types are. It's showing you that it knows. And then once you take away the draft, so you might notice here, I pointed this out. So draft, so it basically gives you a hash, or we're not clear what the identifier needs to be yet, but right now it's just basically a hash of the properties. And so while version is in draft mode, anytime you make a change to anything about the person, it's going to update the type information. And then this will go out. It'll get automatic documentation, just like Go. I mean, this is going to be the most awesome thing that I spent way too much money on and only I end up using. All right. Have a good one. I mean, obviously, I hope that AI script will catch on. I think it's the smartest thing that's anyone's ever done for a browser programming language, because it will run in the browser natively, and it's typed, and it's self-documenting. It's maybe it'll get to a point where I can take it over, but right now he's doing, I've given him examples of what needs to happen, and he's going through and he's making it happen. I'm a little bit worried about the quick fix. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. If the code is there, we can figure out how to get it to be applied in Vim. But basically what I want is you save. I don't want it to give you a quick fix suggestion. I want it to just do it. Because it's not a fix. This is macro system type stuff. You don't ask a macro, a macro doesn't ask you, hey, do you want to run this macro? It just does it. Okay, so we're getting there. Slowly but surely, we're getting there. Alright, so that's now fixed. So I think I'm going to run this on the other screen to see, yeah, if it's working as intended. So let me go do that. Well, I guess I already have something on the other screen. I just need to differentiate between the database queries. So now I'm actually going to test it. All right, get. And do get individuals. And then if it's not showing anything that looks like customer data, then I'll bring it over. Or I'll try to see if I can find good example data. Okay, so it says not found, didn't find the route. Individuals. Individuals. For page not found doesn't make it. I must have a typo here. Individuals. Sudo. Oh, whoops. No, no, no. The typo is merely here. There we go. Because I removed the need for that because I nested the route. So the whole route has these qualifications. Okay, cool. So with that, let's try it again. See what I get. All right, good. Okay, good. And I can show this over here because this is junk test data that happened to show up first. So we'll do bin get individuals, and we can see here there's Zaphod and Dan. I'm a little bit confused how this ID comes out to 891 and 890. Because I was expecting that to be a ULID. So maybe I just get rid of that. Yeah, I might get rid of that one too, because that looks like it's completely internal. So let me just SQL C here, and let's just say take the ID itself, and if it goes to JSON, we don't need that to ever go out to JSON. I think that's fair. Okay, and then what's the other part? So I need to take this. Yeah, that worked. Yeah, that's good. Let's see. Let me just cause it to... What do I want to cause it to do? I want to edit one of the SQL files. No, I don't need to do that. I will just cause the thing to run. I'll just make it run manually. Alright, there we go. And then we run this again, and we should see... Good. That ID is gone. I might want to trim that down to just type. Well, that's weird that the created at would be now. Well, not now, but recently. Oh, it's because he's probably just created some test data recently as Zaphod. It's not one of the old ones, it's one of the new ones. Okay, that's fine. All right. So next what I need to be able to do, and this is good because now I can create a token as this user and I can start grabbing stuff. So I can get, but I'm going to need the old account ID in there. Okay. So do I have a way to get an org by the ID? Something worked, so that's a good pause point. Let me just go ahead and Just got to be careful of new files, and I want to put in junk. Okay, good. Okay, so what's the next step on this? Probably need to be able to get records by an identifier. I think that's the next thing. Yeah, I think that's the next thing. Org records by identifier. And this was account ID. I think what I want to do is do queries individual. I think this is basically it. So let's see here. I'll grab ledger.star. And by the way, to the earlier rant, because I realized I said some asinine things. And I fail to qualify this sometimes. I'm not upset with the people that are coming out of the boot camps themselves. I'm upset with the system of churning people out without giving them education and telling them to skip important steps that would save them hours and months and years of trouble so that it's easier to teach something on the second or third day rather than having to teach it on the fourth or fifth day. That's the thing that I'm frustrated about. I'm not frustrated that people who are trying to improve their lives came across a solution and took the initiative to better their lives. I'm upset that the system that presents itself for them is a broken system. What am I doing here? So I want to grab ledger.star. So I'm really only interested in the ledger information. I would actually also be interested to know, there is one piece of information I want to know from ledger party, but only where, let's see. Actually, I don't know if this relationship is correct. Okay, let me look at this again. Let's see. I would like to know organizational information about this ledger item. I would like it to come with the list of IDs of its associations. Which, let me double check. Is that in? Okay. Ledger. Ledger goes to, no, Ledger does not have that information. So, party ID and party role. So that information, I need to basically do the same thing that I'm doing here. That I was doing for individuals. I'm going to need to make sure that when I fetch the ledger, that I have that extra information in there. It would be really nice if we could get an updated sequel where it could produce the graph for you, because it has all of the information for the graph, and there's not really any advantage other than that you can display it in a table format, which quickly, as you can see here, you know, it starts to wrap and get difficult to manage pretty quickly. But I don't know what the disadvantage would be and I'd love to hear this from someone who does databases, but I don't understand what the disadvantage would be to generate the graph, because it seems like all you have to do is send less information. If you've seen something once, then you tag it with a temporary map identifier, and then you just don't send it again. If when it comes up again, you just don't serialize it again. And then when it gets on the other side of the wire, you would just have the client would, when it's deserializing it, would just use that map to build up the object structure. I guess in the case where it's cyclic, maybe, I guess you can do every permutation of thing in SQL, and you wouldn't be able to represent every permutation of thing as a graph in memory that would make sense to whatever the way the client's going to interpret it. And so maybe that's why it's just easier to do it the way that it's being done, and it's more generic. It's going to work more reliably. Oh, wait, cannot query module? What's this? Oh, did reports v2 not generate? What? Okay, something broke. What broke? That's the document editor. Oh, bless me. What did I do? I was just running Git records. Okay, what did I stop? What did I break and why? Ah, okay. Gotcha. I didn't finish something. I was in the middle of it and didn't finish it. Okay, right. I need to finish with this one. Okay. Ledger party, ledger ID, ledger party, ledger ID, join ledger party, and party.id is what? Okay, so join it, where is just doing the natural inner join. Ledger ID, ledger party ID. Yes, this makes sense. And then get all the parties. Yes. And then join that with party identifier, where party ID is the party identifier, party ID. And then do that. I guess this could have just been an and. That might make more sense. And. Nah, the where makes more sense, because where party identifier identifier equals, oh, and this needs to be 1, not 2. Okay. So let's go back here. I think we're going to have to support the ID and the old ID. But we're going to go to routes. And I do need to get this. Well, let's see. How far are we in? What time is it? Okay, in the next hour, let's see what I can do here. Just saying, writing a message. That's gonna be a problem. Okay. Okay, all right. Moving on. Okay. So we got the create record in here. I was going to go do the... We got get ledger records, but what does this one have? A bad ID. I want to get the auth out of here. That's one thing I want to do for sure. Is I want to instead be able to pass, know that the auth is here, and know where that's going to pass. So let me find where I'm using get ledger records real quick. All right, get ledger records. Now this one, Oh, okay, I see. That's a post. But this get is okay. Alright. That makes sense. So we're going to deprecate this entirely. And what we're going to do is we're going to go orgs. I think we can go straight to route on this. Yeah, that's what we'll do. So we'll just go orgs. And then we'll do this way. That's better. Actually, I think it would make more sense. So this one's tough. So I think in both cases we actually want to have a way to just say, for the org that I have a token for, get me the records. And then likewise, I kind of want to just have a /me/org. Get rid of the org ID entirely. Get rid of the individual ID. Let me see how that would play out. Yeah, I think this is not actually... It's not actually the way I want to go about it. It was a mistake to put this here. This definitely... Authentication belongs in the routing. Gatekeeper's at the gate. Doorkeeper's at the door. And I already knew that. I don't know. I don't know why I did it that way. Because I already knew that. What am I doing with this then? So many bad naming things in here. It'll come together, though. Come on. Next is definitely here. Let's see. So the next is here. Where'd that little bit about context go that I just had? That's a couple commits ago. Next dot serve. Because sworn there was something like a R. The thing I'm looking for was something like r dot dot star equals, but the other side of the R was white space. It's one of those context things. I was adding. So let me go back into vendor. No, it wasn't here. There it is. This is what I was looking for right here. That's it. Okay. So what was this? Routes? No. I want to go back into here. With this thing, I want to update the context of something so I can pass it along. Probably the old ID string. But I got to look at, it'll be in routes, and it'll be the get ledger records, and this has JWS org ID. So that's the thing that I need to get. I want to get rid of all of this, and I want to be able to say that we have a special type of, what is this? This is a float? Okay, so I actually want to get rid of a whole bunch of this stuff. Okay, and this all goes out of the way. This should be down here. No, this is great. This is great. This will move. But I need a way to get this back off. So basically we just need to define a type. This is going to be org ID key string. Org ID key for unique context key. Let me make sure I'm doing that the same way I was doing here, right? Type. Ah. Right. Let me see. How did this one handle it? So it really just doesn't matter. Yeah, it could just as well be org ID or anything. It doesn't matter what it is. It just matters that it's uniquely different. This is so now this is where we do org ID key string. So this one we don't expose. So we have a private key, a private type that we only expose in this manner. That's good. At some point, this is going to start coalescing, and it'll start to get cleaned up, and it'll feel nice, and it won't feel so dirty. So very, very dirty. Okay, so this is org ID key. And then this would be org ID. We're actually going to need to pull over some more things from here. So we're going to basically have to take this whole block here. Where do you get that context thing from? ctx dot get or dot val or dot. There you go. Check that again. Wait, don't I just use this right here anyway? I guess it ends up being all internal. Okay, let me see how I use it internally. Okay. This is going to be org ID key. All right, so then we're going to get rid of all of this. All right, so now this is still cool. We're going to go back here. And then we're going to plop this nasty right here. Alright, but then, whoops, I keep on doing the wrong thing there. So what I need to do is just hit double space. That's what I have mapped to complete the quick fix list. But let's see. Okay. I don't know if I want to surface that all the way up here. So there's API thing. So I would need to expose this. Get party ULID. Okay. If you got any questions, feel free to ask. Oh, hey everybody. Welcome back. Let's see. Old org ID is going to be a string. I don't want to invoke that. Changes old ID for a new ID. Oh, whoops. I think this is going to return a string and an error. I think that's what it's at. Oh, whoops. So this is an int 64 apparently. More likely an int 52. Alright, so now I've got that available. Then I can go back over here and I can just get rid of the queries part. So now I'm making that, not the whole thing, public, but I'm making that public. There's a variety of things that'll get cleaner as we go. Okay, I'm actually kind of weirded out that I'm not getting an error right here. Oh no, it's okay because I've got the requirement right there. All right, this is great. So this should actually be old org, as I'm going to call that. That way, when I reference it here, I can get it as old org. Just for the ease of readability, I think I want to take that down to here. I guess maybe it won't matter. Okay. Good, good. But the newer API, you know what I need is I need a way to do that in bulk. I need to expose an API to say, here's a bunch of IDs, give me the new ID. this is not going to work unless I do something. That token. So that process kind of has to be done in a similar fashion. So we actually do have a similar problem here. But the solution gets a little bit simpler because we only need to match. We don't need to worry about this old org ID string. That doesn't exist. We just need to grab it from account ID. 64. So that it's a float 64 because it's JSON. Okay. And then we don't need to worry about any of this. That's not a problem. We probably do need to check for org ID in the new format. But we need, there's so many things that we need to do, and some of them I'd actually really like to do. We need to get over to a single sign-on and have the org information and the ID information in the single sign-on service, and not concern ourselves with as much of this logic here, because the sign-on service should be able to give a token with either ID. We should just have all the identity information over there, and then in this database it would just be, which it could be the same database, but from the perspective of the abstraction, it's, oh, here's a token, I got information from a system and it had an ID. I don't need to know anything about the ID. I just need to know that it's an ID. And then I got some stuff in the token and it's an ID. And I don't need to know anything about the ID other than that the token is a bearer token. What the token bears is what this user gets access to. So if it has an ID, when the ID is tagged of this type, then anything I have in my database that's tagged of that type that matches that ID, boom, problem solved. It sounds so simple when you know, take it that way, but then you got all the ACL stuff or whatever you eventually got to work out. But all that, I think all that could be done at higher layers. You know, you could have, I could be wrong. There's one company that's trying to figure this out, and we interviewed them on JavaScript Jabber, and I kind of wish I could have them back, or maybe we can get another conversation, because they seem to have believed that they've kind of solved this problem in a generic way. And I think that it can be solved in a generic way in the same way that basically ACLs work. I think that the part that gets complicated is do you apply the permission? There's some sort of, it's the battle of normalization versus denormalization. Do you create a complex hierarchy that's difficult to traverse? The answer to that is almost certainly no. Or do you denormalize the data, and then for every data you have multiple permission items that overlap, and you select the highest permission on the item for any given access? And the answer to that is probably yes, which means that if you remove a group, you basically need to have a group tag on, you basically need to have an arbitrary tag on the permission that says tag, kind of like a VLAN thing. No, not like that. But you need an arbitrary identifier that's unique, whether it's a person, whether it's a group, whatever. And you say, okay, I'm going to remove this permission entity from my system. I'm going to remove this user from my system. And so it goes through the entire database and it finds every permission that's tagged with that user and it removes them. Or not with that user, because it doesn't know it's a user, it just knows it's an ID. Find everything that's tagged with that ID and remove it. And then likewise, if it's a group share and you remove the group share, you find everything that's tagged with that and you remove it. And the problem is, if you do a group permission tag, then you have to tag it. So there could be multiple layers that when you create a permission, you have to do two or three layers of basically, you add it for the individual that's tagged to the group, you add it for the group that's tagged to the group, you add it for, I don't know what else. And then So whenever you add permissions or delete permissions, it could be a little bit nasty because you're going to have to go through an entire hierarchy and say, if there's 100 things here, I'm going to create 100 unique individual permissions for each one of these things, so that I don't have to go, when I look up a thing, I don't have to go look up its parent and 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 look up its parent. You would just have to create an entry for every single item tagged to the entity identifier. But I think I imagine, from what I've seen in Google Drive and Dropbox and some things like that, I imagine that that's how they're solving the problem. To abstract that problem away from just file storage and apply it generically to assets of any type. Anyway, I wish I could remember the name of the company now. Because I can't. But I think that's the nut to crack with this stuff. Gatekeepers at the gate, doorkeepers at the door. I would love to crack that here. Hopefully that's what this gives me an opportunity to do. I think that the permission problem has an element of complexity, but I don't think that it is an unsolvable problem. My intuition tells me that it's not an unsolvable problem. What I mean by that is there are some problems that are unsolvable. For example, the problem of ORMs. It is not a solvable problem. The problem that you have with something like PostgreSQL and Postgres, that is a solvable problem because you overlay certain constraints and you agree to those constraints. So that becomes a solvable problem. But it's the ORM idea is not a solvable problem. You cannot generically map highly specific data structures you can't map highly specific data structures in a generic way that makes any sense. The ORM problem is just not going to be solved. It cannot be solved. Things like Prisma are... Well, I need to use Prisma before I talk that much about it. But things like Prisma are basically... If you abstract away the problem so far, removed from the database, why did you pick the database in the first place? You know, if you eliminate all trade-offs so that everything is so generic that it's plug and play, then what's the point of choosing a database at all? And at that point, where there's no benefit to choosing a database at all, it just seems like, well, the ORM might as well have its own database. What in the world? What is this? Oh, okay. Oh, heaven knows. This is such a wonderful experience. iPhone 5C. I keep on meaning to get this set up as music for the house for the kids to be able to use. And I haven't done that yet, obviously. But I need to get it signed out of my personal... I need to create a family iCloud account that basically has nothing on it. Because it's still tied to my account. I guess I could just sign out. Well, I want the Find My Phone feature on. I want to be able to make it beep when the kids lose it under the couch or something. But I need to do it on a different account. I need to create a family account. Anyway. Alright, declared and not used. So we're going to make this used. Wasn't that a wonderful rendition of Pac-Man? Okay. Didn't I have a write error function? Where did I put that? I could have sworn I just had a... write DB error. Okay. I need something similar here. Right, HTTP error. Anyway, the feel of the iPhone 5C is just amazing. I wish we could get back to that. It's just magic in your hands. All right. You know, was it Josue? Josue needs to know this. So Josue, I'll direct message you as well. Let's see here. I need you to know that over the past few months, what you've said about Yoda conditions has been weighing heavily on my mind again and again. As I think, since I don't work in C-like languages and AI script is going to blow JS out of the water, and Go is sane by default, I think I may drop them. I want you to know that, Josue. Was it Josue? I think it was Josue. Alright. Error not equals nil. What's the timestamp? Okay. Is there anything? Did I just need a prefix on this or something? Or something? So it's 3 lines. I could take it down to 2 lines. That seems kind of wasteful. Let's see. Let's see what would happen if I did this. Does it make me cringe? Oh yeah, then I'd have to... Okay, see what happened there. Okay, we're just going to leave that one alone. Okay, I don't really want to leave it alone. Let me try doing this. Right, HTTP error, and it's going to accept W, stir, and vars. It's going to do this. Right, DB. Okay, that works. All right, I like that. That feels like it feels like it cleans it up a little bit. It feels like it's useful. If I'm deceiving myself, let me know. But that feels useful. Context background. Okay, so, all right, so oh, and I don't want to call this required deprecated. Or do I? What are we expecting to get out of here? There we go. And I will put this back up top just because that's where it belongs. Let's see. That's got the closure thing going on there. Okay, what am I looking for here? Yeah, this is good. Okay, yeah, that's fairly easy to read. Groups nicely. Okay, yeah, I like that all right. I think Alright, this way everything stays lined up in the page. Alright, so we can get the records now, and the records, getting the records is now abstracted from the authentication for getting the records. So we need this. If len equals 0 record type. What? If it's an empty record type. Record types. Raw types. Okay. So we're going to be able to query by record types. This is one of those things I really do want to find. I think that there is some magic that can happen that's going to apply to command line routing, to server-side routing, and to client-side routing. I think that there is a pattern that has not yet been discovered, and I think it's because people haven't been using the command line enough. I honestly, 100%, I honestly think that's what it is. I think that there's too few people are writing applications that are designed to work both with API command line clients as well as with web clients. Because if I think that had been the case, kind of this idea that's percolating right now, again, for the, I don't know, 100 millionth time about server-side rendering, which is, I guess that's what they're calling it now. Is that what it was called before? It's the new name or the old name? Anyway, this is, and I need Ryan to see this. I need Ryan to use this. Ryan, not Burnett. Ryan Gull. Ryan Gull, I need you to see this. This is the missing link of what we had this conversation about. What if command line was smarter? And this is it demonstrates the solution. I don't think he's got it quite right because there's still some despair. Not despair. What's the word? There's still an issue between the implementation that isn't. What's the word I'm looking for? Consistent. There's still some inconsistency. But this is essentially it. You can either type out the command or you can just hit enter and it's interactive. So this is essentially the missing link. We need some sort of API between shells and commands. We need the shell. The shell needs to be able to, just like you can run a shell in login mode, or you can run a shell in interactive mode, or you can run a shell in batch mode with the default. There needs to be a way that a shell, as you type a program, the shell invokes the program with some sort of, help. The problem though is I don't know how this could be done. And the reason I don't know how it could be done is that when you run a program, the program could have disastrous effects. I'm not sure. Well, yeah, RM. Okay, okay. Let's say, for example, mkdir. If you were to run mkdir in the type of shell that I'm talking about, and it's going to invoke mkdir, but it's going to invoke it with a flag that says, I am the shell and I want to connect to you, and I want to use you like a module. I want to hot load you. That's what I'm thinking about. So let me grab this for. Let's see. Also, watch at about 4 hours and 18 minutes or so on tonight's stream. Oops, I think I should just put that as a separate comment. Hold on. Okay. So the shell needs to be able to kind of hot load this thing like a module. So think about JavaScript, right? You do the require. The shell needs to be able to invoke it and get information back for what its routing system looks like and what its type information is about how its commands work. And this shouldn't be, the way that it's solved right now is solved well. If you use git and fish, for example, you're going to have an amazing experience. The way that it auto-completes is really, really good. But there's a gap that we haven't quite bridged, and it's more like this. Imagine that when you hit git, you can type it out, or you can hit git and it provides you the list of things to do, but it doesn't drop you back at the shell. You then can select one either by hitting a number or by typing out the word, or maybe even by clicking on it. And then it gives you more and more options. So you're brought into an interactive experience that, as the experience goes along, it's building the CLI in the same way that as you click around in a browser, it builds the URL. So if you want to know, how do I automate this? You go through the discovery process, but you don't get stuck in the discovery process. And if something goes wrong, say you put a file name that doesn't exist or something, it opens up into the shell of the shell takes control again, and then offers you the option, because it knows from, say, the type information that this is a file or it's a string, whatever. So it knows from the type information, okay, the option that I should present to you as your shell is I should present to you some file names that kind of fuzzy match on this to see, maybe you got it wrong. And then, but I shouldn't have to go back and rerun the command. The command should have this little dance with the shell, and just like feedback on a web form. So in most cases, I think the web is not anywhere near as evolved as the command line. You look at the modern command line, and it is amazing with all the autocomplete, all the features you get, and you think, why does the web suck so much? Why is everything broken in the web? This is one case where I think the web has got something on the command line, is that in the web, you can get feedback on a form that the form doesn't submit until it's correct. The type information has to match before the form submits, and that you can put that directly in the input. Now, people who are using React wouldn't know the first thing about this, because they've probably never seen HTML before, have no idea how the browser works. But for anybody who's used a browser before, and again, it's not to rag on the people coming out of the boot camps, because they were given bad information from people who weren't dedicated to the instruction. This is the system that we live in is fundamentally so broken. But you get all this stuff for free with the browser. Hardly anybody knows that the browser can work that way, but you get it for free. It's just there. And that's one thing where the command line could pick up a little bit of slack, is having the validation before you hit enter. And you get this a little bit with Fish. You get it with the colors. But I mean, when you hit, so you do get it before you hit enter, but when you hit enter, you shouldn't bounce back to an error. It should be, your cursor moves over, you're given a prompt, you're told what the error message is, and you're given some suggestions, and your cursor's in the right place to fix that one thing, or all you got to do is fix that one thing. So I think we could get there. I don't know if we can get there with the tools we have today. I think we can have a bridge like what you get with Fish, where there's a config file, and the config file has the type information, and Fish is reading from its cache, and it knows, Fish is pretty darn good in terms of it can tell you what files would be acceptable to some degree, but it's not quite as good as input forms on the web. Input forms on the web, Fish is not at the level where it can tell me you're supplying a PDF, but you need to supply a PNG, or you're supplying a PNG, but this works on JPEGs. I want to see that level of just, right? I think we could get there. Anyway, let me go on with this. Get ledger types. I think this is good now. Okay, but what was this one? And Josh, that might make for a good clip too. I don't know what we'd call it. What if... Imagining the command line of 2077. What should the command line of 2077 look like? Okay. Get ledger records. I got the raw types. What is this right here? Is this just to get in my way? Yeah, that's just to get in my way. That's just ruining. Bad comments. Okay, okay, these are old comments from when I was switching how I was going to do record types. That's the problem I've got here. Okay, query record types, and then this has one of those. Oh yeah, I actually solved a pretty nifty problem with this one, where the empty case versus if it's empty, then select anything. Otherwise, select only the things that are selected. That's where I had the case, I think, maybe. I don't remember. Something like that. Okay. And then this one also needs to be right. DB error. Just make sure that looks good. That looks good. That looks good. That looks good. Okay. Yeah, let's clean that up. Anytime we can clean that up, all the better. Okay. Nil. JSON encoder and then the records go out. And then I do need okay, let's see. What was this again? Hey, tech support, what's up? You just missed a good rave or rant. I don't remember what it was. I was just jabbering about what the CLI should look like in 2077. And that, yeah, it just rewind. It was, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes ago. It just happened. It was good, and now I got to focus on some stuff, so I'm not going to be interesting right now. So it's just a great time. Okay. All right, so wanted record types. Oh, whoops. Oh, no, this did work. Okay, hold on. Back up, back up, back up, back up. Back up the truck, back up the truck. Because my daddy taught me good. I'm backing up, backing up, backing up, backing up. Because my daddy taught me good. I'm getting the heck out of there. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh, my gosh. Looking at stuff from Plan 9 of late, and I feel like a ton of really smart UX ideas that we haven't incorporated into modern software. Probably. Meow. Sorry for the cat noise. I don't know where that came from. Obviously, it came out of my mouth. Obviously, that is an egregious sin. But I don't know why. I don't know why it came out of my mouth. I have no explanation for this. I have no excuse. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm a bad person. There's the evil within me escaping in the only way I knew how, which was in a pitiful squeak. Because that's how weak the evil in me is. My greatness has overcome my evilness by that much. Okay, so good. I'm going to give good error feedback there. That's an improvement. I think there's 3 places where I need this. Dang it. I gotta remember when I'm doing Go, I gotta need to hit double space before I exit a file. Okay, good. Okay. It's starting to come together. Sudo list orgs is next. Sudo list individuals. Okay. Get party roles, get party types. Uh-oh. Oh, I messed up. Parties list roles, parties list types, records list types. Get sudo. I'll do that. I'll do away with that one. This one might fail. I'm sure I've randomly meowed a few dozen times. Well, your picture is a cat, and maybe you're a girl, and that would be a little less weird. I am super upset with cartoons these days because the whole gender crap, you know? It's like I have a 3-year-old. She doesn't know the difference between a girl and a boy very firmly. She's still figuring that out. She's still figuring out the difference between her and her brother in the bathtub, right? So she doesn't need to be confused. And she's going to be a tomboy, and that's okay. It's perfectly fine to be a tomboy. It's fine to be a girl who has some masculine characteristics. Doesn't mean that you got to chop anything off or ruin any potential for future children, right? And so the stuff that they're putting in cartoons is just insane. And so sometimes it's just really hard to be a parent and monitor that stuff because there are no sources where it can just be a cartoon for kids, you know? It's literally, I gotta bust out my old Mickey Mouse DVDs and Bugs Bunny DVDs, and it would have been VHS tapes, but I got them on, yeah, I bought them at Walmart on DVD as well. But You know, and I try to use Plex, but then the problem with Plex is now trying to be Netflix, so it has all of these adult-themed ads, and it's just no. I just get rid of all that stuff. Just let her watch The Little Mermaid, and I can deal with the little bit of innuendo that's there, but not. I don't want her to be confused about whether she's a girl or a boy, you know? It's ridiculous. Anyway, the reason I got to that is these shows, there's multiple shows that have like Catboy and Catman, and I'm like, I'm sorry, but no. I don't want that in my house. I mean, it's just weird. It's weird. Cats are typically associated with the feminine, and if you're a guy and you like cats, that's fine. But there's no Catman. That's not a thing. There's a Batman. There's no Catman. It's just... Ah. Anyway. Okay. Alright, let's see if this still builds, or if that killed it. Oh, it built. Cool. Alright, what's next then? This thing is starting to come together. I'm going to go ahead and fix the post-party role. Post-party role, post-party type, post-record type. I need a way to set the relationships, but this is good. This is headed in the right direction. It really is. I think I'm just going to go to bed because it's almost 3. And who knows what I have to do tomorrow. Let me see. Let me check my calendar and see if there's anything on it. I think my day's looking pretty good tomorrow. Ah, nice. Completely blank. Wonderful. Okay, so if I get to bed, you know, maybe I'll be able to get some sleep. But this has been a really good working session. I feel like in some ways I feel like I was only 50% effective, but a lot more effective than the previous working session. I'm really getting into the groove of it now, and things are starting to come together. So again, it's one of those things where my mind is kind of drifting back and forth, and I'm kind of thinking, okay, how's this going to fit together? And so it's not 100% the code, the hands on the keyboard. It's not like, oh yeah, I've got this figured out. I just need to type it out. There's stuff I'm figuring out, and there's stuff I'm thinking through. But I think it's coming together. Let's see. If I could get one more thing done before I go to bed, what would it be? Let's see here. Well, we want to document some stuff. I think I can get that later. I mean, not that it's something that it needs to not be done later, but let's see. I think we can do by identifier. So the token has identifier information in it, and I think we'll do an either or on this one. So I'm going to do a similar thing to what we did here, just up above, and we're gonna require. So this one, and this could have been org ID require auth. I'm still not 100% sure on the naming convention because I like to have things namespaced, and I don't know if this really lends itself well to namespacing, but I like to have things namespaced. I really wish I had a better name for individual, but I don't. Because it's not a user. That's not what it represents. It doesn't represent a user. It happens to be a user, but it represents a signer of a document, which may not be a user. Not all signers of documents are users. Someone can sign a document and later become a user. So that's an important distinction. So it's important that we don't call it users because that would communicate the wrong information. And I'm not sure if this should be individuals and individuals. I think it actually should go this way around. What was it before? I have to figure out what my naming convention needs to be here. I could certainly export this as API.individuals.listRecords, and that's probably what I will do when I get there. And tech support, if you're still around, is there anything specific from Plan 9 that caught your eye? I haven't looked at it myself. I know that it was created by geniuses, but I've not experienced the genius wisdom personally. Okay. Maybe IID? I honestly don't remember what that token looks like. But I need to mock it. Let me go see what it looks like real quick. I'm gonna get on the staging environment here in the other window and just check my token. Go on the application tab, see if it's in session. All right. And I'm going to go here. Let's start this with some spaces. Let's do key pairs inspect. And then what do we got? Email verified. Should probably check the email verified just in case. was my ID on this? Subject. That's what. Duh. Why is that blanket on that? All that is declared not used. So we didn't get there yet. There we go. Alright, we wrote to it, but we didn't use it yet. Alright, what are we doing here? 64.